the ages, from the space beyond vision, wheeling in an abyss of infinite darkness. We were minute among a myriad vast ones, bright amid a myriad dark ones. We failed. Welcome back, champion. Come back, champion! champion. Come back, champion. Welcome back, champion. Evil has found us, champion. You must hurry! You have proven yourself, champion. Now go. Destroy the evil at its source. evil champion. We are with you. You shall not fall today! Welcome, champion. Please, join us. What do you see, champion? We are eternally in your debt. You have proven yourself worthy. Thank you, champion. And so now you may rest, champion. With the evil vanquished, we have restored our sacred lands and returned their inhabitants. You may remain here in our haven, or continue on your journeys. The universe awaits.